Hello and welcome back to another episode of Blurry Camera. Blurry, not blurry. In focus. Wow, I look so bald. Any balds in the chat? God, I need to shave it all off soon. Hair is for the weak. Yo, the red. Hello, hello. Fakissimo, Almarath, Dmitra, and a masked DM. Hello. Welcome, everyone. How is everyone? What is everyone up to? Yeah. I'm balding, it's worse than bald. I mean, honestly, yeah, I agree. It's like... yeah. I feel like once people go bald, it's like, wow, like that's a look. You know? Like they're rocking that look. But when you're balding, it's like, they're really hanging on, you know? What's my sugar intake? I use sweetener tablets in my coffee, but I do put a pinch of extra sugar in my coffee. So maybe like, I don't know, 2 teaspoons of like sugar a day, and then my oats that I like weekly bulk make is actually quite sugary. It's like got lots of like vanilla sweetened yogurt in it, and honey and apple, like grated apple. Good question. Good question on the sugar intake. Doesn't sound bad so far. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We don't really eat any weird food. Sometimes we get chocolate. Sometimes there is chocolate in the house, and when there's chocolate, I mean, we usually go through like a block over like 4 or 5 days. Like a little 200-gram thinger. Eat too much candy for being in 30s? Yeah, I mean, I used to be like a giga candy. This is like when I was a teenager. Like candy and soft drink, and like I just, you know, I just huffed down like a can of condensed milk. Just as a snack. Biscuits, but I'm British, so... Oh, you got a little bicky? You got a bicky with a cup of tea in it? A bicky in a tea? Pretty please? Pretty please, governor? Can I have a bicky for my tea? Yeah, we also do biscuits, actually. Custard cream biscuits. Yeah. Custard cream bickies. When there's chocolate in the house, it's not there for long. Yeah. Yep. Could easily pass as a Brit, confirmed. I mean, I'm essentially just like a convicted British person, you know? As in, like, that's what Australia is, a penal colony. Yeah. Come here then. Here. You gonna hop and boppin'? Here. Slide isn't. We spread tea and biscuits far and wide. Yeah, amongst other things. Like, oppression. You're a funny girl. Alright, it's feet time. Hell yeah. It's feet o'clock. Where the hell was I up to? Oh, right. Okay. So, last time we spoke. In regards to the last we spoke. We feet stride ass. Right, okay, so we needed... Previously we were doing traces. Which I think we still are. Let me actually go to... Here... No. Yeah, here. Current stride movement speed. Stride velocity. Can I just yeet that to be like that? And then also do this. And this should just... Okay, a character walks. So, last time we were doing the feet, right? Like the tilt of the feet and everything, just based off the normals. of the... We were just doing a trace out the butt. And that obviously doesn't work, like, for everything, right? Because if we had a, you know, a step like this, and, you know, and the trace is going down here, like, we should be able to walk along this ledge with, like, 1 foot down, 1 foot up. Same with, if we're walking this way, we should be able to step up onto the thing, hence the title of the stream. So, yeah, we basically just need a more robust way of calculating the slope of each leg pair. So, a question about the walking sim, is it totally force-based? Are you applying forces at location, etc., or are you doing your own custom simulations? It is entirely force-based, however, there is no thrusting... no thrusting forces. So it's not force at location, it's usually torque, or like an angular motor force, which is like when you've got a constraint. So we've got... It's kind of hard to tell with all these debug things going on, but if I pause, you can see that these feet here, these guys, so we have, let me go paint, make it black. We have the character capsule. We have a motor here, which goes like this. And this is like a piston as well. So it can contract and extend, which kind of simulates our knee. You know, like if it contracts to be shorter, our knee is more bent. And then, yeah, down here, we have another motor, which does the foot. Although it's kind of like back a bit like that. Something like that. And essentially what a motor does is, instead of just like let's say we've got a square or a cube in the world, we can just be like, apply torque to this cube, which essentially applies, you know, like an angular force around its center of gravity. Which is kind of equivalent to applying a linear force, as though you had like a really... Let's say you had like an infinitely strong, infinitely thin, I don't know, little post that pops out. It's like if you applied a linear... And this was infinitely long. It's like if you, yeah, applied a linear force to each of these. So the center of gravity wouldn't move and whatever. You know, I like those. But with the motor force, this is like just built into the constraint and whatever. I think all it really does is just applies torque, like inversely proportional to both bodies. So like, if both bodies were the exact same... Oh, obviously, yeah, they're constrained together, but if we had, like, two bodies like this, and then constraint... Actually, that's a bad example. A body here, a body there, constrained, and then we applied the motor force, and, you know, if they were in zero gravity, then they would both get an equal amount of torque applied to them. And try and... Yeah, I don't fucking know. But basically, yeah, it's like a two-way motor. So, we have to kind of like... We have to actually... It kind of forces us to actually generate the forces instead of relying on like fakery. Because like if we can't really just say, you know, lean the capsule forward. It's like, because if we just said, you know, lean forward, whatever, then like the legs would go forward proportional to the thing. We have to make sure that, you know, it's anchored to the ground and whatnot. So yeah. Basically, that's the quick rundown. And then we can do some cheating, which is just however our character is trying to balance, which is like their target lean position. We can just apply some additional torque, you know, to some degree, just to like make it feel more responsive, you know. So I am back. Been back for 11 sessions now. Yeah, previously I was... That can't be... No. What happens past... No. Yeah, so we've got the... side to side... I might have to invert that, actually. The side-to-sideness is coming out of the hips and going down. And then, obviously, we've got the feet here doing feet stuff. So, yeah, so we need to be able to... Right, so this is where I was kind of struggling. Because we need the tilt... or the angle left-right, relative to the facing of the character, and then we need the tilt back and forward, relative to the movement vector, or the stride vector, of, like, the walking pattern. But then it's like, okay, well, like, we can just, like, get the difference in elevation between the feet, or whatever, but then it's like, because the feet move back and forth, if, you know, like, even if I do this, right, and where, like, it's only tilted forwards, like, the floor's only going forwards, if we look at it from this point of view, it's, like, tilting back and forth, you know? So, we need to essentially... I think we need to, like, offset them by... Yeah, I got no idea. Yeah, basically I've got the side to side sorted. And then we just need the feet, the tilt back and forth sorted. Which is this way. But obviously, like, we don't want to use the normals or anything. Because normals doesn't really give us any information about, like, the overall slope of something. The normals can inform how the foot should sit. Like, what angle the foot should be on. But doesn't really tell us anything about the terrain. So how do we want to get the slope relative to the movement vector? Well, that's what we're going to find out. I had it in somewhere. Here. Appended stride traces. This guy... Yeah, so this was our dude. I think that needs to be inverted, but I'm not actually sure. We can probably do our terrain facing roll out here. And then we can yeet that into our guy. Terrain facing roll. And we'll actually just see if that works now. So that should... Okay, so it does need to be inverted. Why does it need to be inverted, though? Is it because I absolute the... No, I don't absolute it. I get the hip trace locations. Rotate it by this guy. Then we A10 to blah blah blah. Here you go. I subtract 180. Oh yeah, no, and that. Yeah, that's fine. So we flip it upside down and then put it in there. I'm also just going to go to the debug. Traces, debug values, pelvis COG, stride related, feet related. Let's tell these guys to chill a tiny bit. Okay, so let's see. Yep, the feet adjust properly. However, we should be able to get... I'll just check this here. We should be able to see individual footage. Yeah. Yep. And currently the feet are set to follow the overall slope, which isn't correct. But yeah, so this basically just shows that yes, we can get individual doodads. What was this one? And that does work for that foot. Yeah, okay. So now we just need to be able to do the same thing. Oh, it's kind of hard doing it this way, but... I mean, we can still sense it by doing this. These guys, like this. We just need this to tilt, you know, forward and or backward. So currently it does... Yeah, you can see this bit here, the flat bit, is that it's going that exact trajectory up the slope. So, oh, actually, you know what? Let me just double check if this is sloped. I just want to double check that it works with all rotations of the character. What the fuck's that? That's fine there. It's just fuckery. Huh. Wait, why does it think... Okay, you know, it's probably just hitting something. Let me just... Can I just do this without rotation? Grab component at location. So that, yeah, looks like the right thing. I wonder what's going on here, whether that's to do with... So wait, why did it think that it was... Oh, is the trace getting stuck on something, maybe? Like, why would it think this is 60-something? No, it, like, skips through a bunch of values. It's fine there. Oh no, now it's saying it's 180. Am I supposed to not unrotate the vector? Maybe I'm supposed to rotate the vector. Ah, yeah, no, unrotate vector, you dumby. You dumb R's. Where the fuck, why can't I, am I in play? No. Let me fucking... Fuck. Hello? There we go. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Split. This guy into there. Back to the testing bench. -7, positive, fucking whatever. Yeah, he tilting. Then as we do this, it should go down to 0, whereas this should go again down to 0. And that's... Is that going the correct way? I think it is, yeah. Yeah, the feet are tilted. Alright, so the back and forth is tricky. I think what we need to do is get the Z angle whilst undoing the difference in the side-to-sides. Like, we have to almost apply the side-to-side slope to get the Z properly. Or is it literally just... No, because if there is side-to-side... I mean, we'll find out. So we could start with this. What was this doing again? Put trace locations. Forward vector, no, cross. Right, that was just that red line. I don't actually know what it was doing. All I know is that it was drawing some weird, I'm guessing, incorrect-ish value. Yeah, nothing meaningful. Okay. Let's use it. Adam, how's it going? Okay, foot trace locations. get. Then if we unrotate them by this guy... well, actually, no, we don't want to do these by the characters back and forward. We actually want to do them based on the stride velocity. X, Y. And then probably a... If there is no target stride velocity, then do... back and forward? Like forward, back. I haven't even started to think about, like, idle poses, you know? Because obviously when we're idle, the feet don't necessarily want to just be like this. We might have them like this. Or they might be in some random position. At which point they may need to be slanted. But in which direction are they slanted? I guess it is the facing vector, right? Let's just get vector length squared lerp. VLerp. This will save us a Boolean operation. That should be clear. Probably not worth, but... Metafati Ocean blending with Gerstner shore waves using RVT worked like a charm. Hell yes! RVT gang rise up. When are they going to fix RVTs? Don't know. But, actually, this doesn't need... Yeah, it doesn't need to be. A result of vector A. Oh, no, you want to use this to... Right. We want to unrotate the vector between the feet. However... do we want to do the other foot stuff? Let's start with this, okay? And then we just break vector 2 fucking blah. We want to use the X, I believe. And then this into there. So we are flipping between 0 and 180. I think that's... Okay, well, let's just slant first. We slant. So we're flip-flopping between... Well, okay, no, this is good. We're flip-flopping between two exact values, which are like the mirror of one another. And that's because, yeah, one foot is above... you know, basically we're getting the angle from here to there, but then other times we're getting the angle from here to there. So we need to... We could try absoluting the Z, so it doesn't matter which one is... No, that's not it. There's some way we can do this. By, like, getting the sign of the thing with the stuff. Now we're going... No, now it's just... Yeah, wrong. Let's get a known rotation value. 45. We need this to return 45. 45, 135. 45, 135. How can we make this... How can we do this so that the... Maybe I don't have to do that axis clamp either. Well, now it's just negative 45 and 135. But yeah, anyway, there is one other problem, which maybe we can fix that problem first. If I locally rotate this, the walking slope shouldn't change at all. But because our feet... Basically, yeah, it does. It does when it shouldn't. Like, the slope... As long as I'm doing it around the X local, the slope up shouldn't be changing. And so I think in order to do that, we have to account for the length from the hip to the doodad. Like the Z. Which, since this is just getting an angle, we can likely just grab... Let me just grab them from here for now. We can likely just be like, hey, break the... No, I'll do it this way. Save a tiny bit of juice. I can just do this minus. So if we subtract this from the Z's, as long as this only ever goes in... Maybe I should be doing this after the unrotation. Well, no. I might... Yeah. For now, we're just going to presume gravity's always down. Okay, yeah, that pretty much just works. Still giving us like 45-ish and 135-ish. So yeah, as long as we offset by the left-right offset, which is from the hips here, then we're pretty set. Yeah, and we don't even need to know how, like, where these are or how long the legs are and stuff, because we're just getting the difference between the two things. So let's just say this accounts for what's it called? Facing roll. Okay, so now we just need to do math properly. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So how can we get these to give us the angle regardless of what foot is in front. If the X is absoluted, you know, I'll try all combinations of absolute and whatnot. So that's just, yeah, no, not it. What about this guy? Oh, wait, yeah. And then wait, no, hold on. I'm dumb as fuck. Hold on. Z is Y. X is X. Okay, so that's going between negative 45 and positive 45, which is a different result. And now that is... well, again, that's... oh, well, hold on. And then maybe we can get the sign... sorry, when the right foot's in front, it's positive. And then here, when the right foot's in front, it's negative. So... we can get the original Z, Seigen. Let me just see what this returns. This should return, like, yeah, a positive and a negative one. Yeah. So we should be able to yeet that in afterwards and get a result of some descript. Figura. Thanks for streaming. These streams are better than Adderall. I'm glad to hear it. Very glad to hear it. Also, I need some of that. Okay, so this is positive 45. What's the bet that this doesn't? Yeah, see? Now this is negative. Sorry, this is positive as well. We need to... do we want to use that to flip the Z? Use the X to flip the Z? To actually go into here, to then go into there? So that's positive 45, and that's still positive 45. How can we... I guess we could, like, dot it against the movement vector. Just get the sign of the dot of the movement vector. Well, wait, against what though? Yeah, we can dot this against this. Although that's not in world space. Hold on. Oh, we could do this. We could dot this against that. And that should give us some result. So then here, Z's Y. So this guy here gave us. So then you sign at the end. Bam, schwam, Shazam. So that's 45 positive 45 negative. We're so smart. And then, oh, okay, that's a bit extreme, but if let's put this down to like 22 degrees. It's pretty much 20. I mean, the reason this kind of fluctuates a tiny bit is because the hips are twisting very slightly. You can see like these are kind of counter. The two stationary traces are still moving. Which means like, oh, it thinks that we are, you know, like this. Oh, now that's interesting. That's more interesting. Why would that be? Relative to the movement vector, which is this way. Am I rotating or am I unrotating? I am unrotating. Maybe I'm supposed to rotate vector in this case. Pretentrally. Yeah. Do we get the current free? Oh yeah, true. You know what? I might quickly look. Are there any bangers? Where's free? Let's say limited time free. We have modular sci-fi, tools, and an inventory. Tools that, yeah. No, they all look like pretty, like the actual tool models. I mean, they're all pretty low poly, like flat shade, low poly. I mean, they're probably good. You just subdivide them and they're good to go. May as well grab them. Dank. Thanks for the reminder. Everyone else, build up your asset library. I just love free stuff. Stuff tastes better when it's free. Alright, let's see what the heck this is doing now. So now, if I rotate the fella... Oh, no. Now it... Yeah, So why is it changing though? That's what. Well, no. Yeah. Well. Free stuff you can choose personal, professional, license. Yeah. I mean, I always click professional because it's like, why not if it's free? Like, why doesn't it just say... Why doesn't it just give you the highest free license? You know? Or would that make too much sense, maybe? Roth, hello! Fab is pretty silly sometimes. I mean, when has Fab not been silly, you know? If I wasn't applying the dude in here and in here, and if I wasn't doing this, let's just do this and that. Then we should still get, yeah, like some angle. Up and down across here angle. Oh, maybe... no. Because, yeah, then if I do this, it changes the angle when it shouldn't. Okay, hold on, let me... Can I just fucking put this under the character? Let's move that. Just get it. Okay, so, we go like this. It's like, oh, yep. It's 45 degrees. Fantastic. And then even as I rotate the character around, it'll be 45 degrees. Also fantastic. Because it's just saying, yep, the movement vector is this guy. You know, what's the Z difference between that guy and that guy? But then... Well, no, maybe it is correct, because... I'm just thinking, like, if we rotate it like this... In theory... Well, yeah, okay, there's the thing, right, is that the... It kind of changes the angle... of, like, relative to the movement, the slope changes the angle. So maybe I need to... Oh, no. Because when this rotates, so the angle is like this. So the feet are always like, you know, 45 degrees, but then as soon as I do this, now one of them is getting sent downwards. And so the Z angle, as in the difference in height, what happens to the difference in height? Like, yeah, one of them's lower down than the other. Because one's lower down, there'll be this, yeah, like kind of oscillation. So we need to account for how lower down it is, which is what I was trying to do here. Maybe I need to like add them instead of subtract them. I don't know. The Z's. That's 45, and as I do this... Yeah, Adam, how's it going? I'm doing feet stuff. Just non-stop feet. Feet never stop. Infinite walking. Yeah, okay, so this works, right? It's like, yep, 45, that's fine. If we just offset by the position of the hip traces. But then when we start rotating, then everything changes. And I just don't understand why. I mean, maybe I do? I don't know. So relative to the movement vector, which is, well, this line here. Because, yeah, if we look at... Like, if we look at the grid, right? This line here. This line, in theory, doesn't... Let me make it way smaller. It shouldn't change position, right? Even if I rotate this. It's like, yep, that slope is staying the exact same up here. Which, like, just changing this, like, works pretty well. It's just when we rotate the character that it kind of starts to... Like, why is it now that they are... Now that we're going... Like, now that we're strafing... That it's different? Well, because I guess it's no longer... Let me just double check again. If we don't do this, because maybe it's just relevant to the facing of the character. So now, like, that's a bit fucky. But if we tilt the character 90 degrees, then yeah, it's pretty much 45 the whole time. So we don't need this offset accounted for if we're in line with the character. So that means if we do this here and fuck, because we're essentially squishing them down. So as the characters as the forward vector. I also don't know if dot is right for this. Maybe it is. Forward vector versus the stride velocity vector. That should be... Well, no, Is it just 2D? Probably just 2D. So that is, they're both facing the same way at 1. Then as we go sideways, it should be 0. If we're halfway, 0.707, which is maybe correct. And then, yeah, this would be -1. So we should be able to, I think, either multiply these or just do like a fucking VLERP or something between them with the offsets or them without the offsets. Probably easier to do this way. So that should be able to be like, yeah, when we're facing it, we do that. When we're not facing it, we do that, and then when we turn around... I mean, maybe it's the absolute, but I don't know. So if we now say rotate vector, do the thing, get the stuff, do this into there, maybe. So now we've got 45, sorry, 0. Now it's, yep, 42-ish degrees. And then as we turn, no, is it the wrong? Fuck, which one was I actually using? It was the one with the dot. Yeah, no, this is the one. Oh, does it need to be unrotated though? I can't actually remember. I'm too stupid. Is he like touching that and that's why it's going all fucky? No, not quite. Can I just move? 30 degrees sharp. Not quite. Oops. Okay, no, so that gives 30. And then this also gives 30. I think it's just the in-between values that are fucked up. Because I think maybe at... Yeah, it's like plus or minusing. So what actually happened... Well, okay, maybe it's a matter of... Maybe it's supposed to be the right vector. And you know what, instead of doing this, let's just do the lazy vlerp. We're gonna lerp 0 to... Well, no, because the alpha needs to go negative as well. Which I think it can do. No. Should be this. But then how do we do... I want to like... Yeah, no, that's fucky. I'm just trying to think, because like the... Because, like, when you're looking at a circle from this angle, which is, you know, what the hips is doing, right? It's essentially a circle. As we go from here to 45 degrees, it's slow at first. And then it speeds up by the time we get to here. Which is, yeah, no, the dot should be working. With the forward vector. And yeah, again, if we go to 90 degrees, then it's, yeah, happy. But it's in these little in-between bits that it's like, hey, we're gonna fuck you up. That it keeps changing. Why would it be there that it's all fucked? What if we try linearizing this by doing a fucking a sine degrees divide 90? Right, maybe? That should give us our 0 to 1-ish stuff. So that's 1. And then this should be 0. That should be -1 here. But if it's 45 degrees, so let's go back to 1. If we go 45 degrees, that 45 degrees should be 0.5. Just about, yeah. 45 is... yeah, give or take. Whatever. So if we use that in here, what does that give us? Any better result? Question Marco. Question Marco Pierre White. Okay, so 30 degrees. Then we turn this way. 90 degrees. It's also 30-ish degrees. And then we go this way. No, it's still fucked. Is it that the... What was this doing before? What was this, like, subtracting? Oh, this. Duh. 30 degrees. Not 30 degrees, because the dudes get duded. The dudes get dudaded. Dudade. Ah, that's another... Is that just because of this? Hellcat, how's it going? No, so it has to be unrotated vector. But yeah, again, then we're gonna run into the issue of... Yeah, like here we get fuckery. Well, no, that was kind of happening anyway, right? Because we... Well, no, we're subtracting that now. Unrotate the vector by that. We get the back and forth dot sign. Is it supposed to be that? I think this was supposed to be this way. Nope, nope. That's no, that's good. Fuck. How did I have it just earlier? Right, no, we were dotting these by this. Oops, fuck off, local variable. You are a noob. Okay, so we've got 30 degrees. If we turn 90 degrees, we also have 30 degrees. But anywhere in between there, we get the flip-flop of doom. Why is it? Like, what's it saying? What does it mean? What is it trying to tell us? How does it cook the crumble? How crumbly does the cookie cook crumble? Crumble cooker. This does... Okay, yeah, so this works good. When it's front on. However, if we're side on, then it's also good. Even if we, like, do this to the extreme. Yeah, I think that's just rotation-based bullshit there. It's just those, yeah, those middle values. Why would they be... Let me go to, like, what's something more... If I go to 10 degrees... Then we can kind of tell how much fuckery's going on. 90, yep, 10 degrees, cool. If we're at 45 degrees, we're going like plus and minus 2. Yeah, plus or minus between 2 and 4. I don't know. I feel like it must be something to do with, you know, the dot product not being, you know, linear. So if we linearize it, why doesn't that solve it? Well, no, I guess it's more because Because again, if we do this, we go 90 degrees, everything's fine. If we go 45 degrees, we get the flip-flop. The flip-flop is because we have these, each of them is offset by the hip. Let me, I'm gonna put you into terrain movement pitch. See, the new Metasound stuff, it's peak. I haven't actually looked at the... God, I don't even know the feature list in 5.7. I haven't looked at the figure. What's the gist of it? Give me the lowdown. Run me down. Run me over. Put me out of my misery. No, it isn't a rotation, though. It is genuinely an offset. If we did some, like, bullshit... Let's just say we fucking absolute abs vector. Vector get abs. Post rotation. Let's just fuck around with this. So I can try unfucking with that. But this would give us... Well, it flip-flops a shit ton. If I went this way... Still flip-flops, but it goes to the negatives. We didn't have the X. Although that's the, this guy here. Let's go you into there. So that looks normal. 90 degrees, it looks normal. At 45 degrees, it's abnormal. Everyone knows you have to start with Metasound patches before, like distortion, fade, tape stop, format channel agnostic types, new waveform, edit audio files. Nice. Audio stuff in the sequencer, audio subtitles, specific driver support, useful debugging tools for audio, and the UI is different. Okay. I mean, yeah, even like back when we were first sticking with it, it seemed good, you know? So I can only imagine it has gotten better. What if I... Okay. Crazy idea. What if I subtracted the full XYZ of the hip trace location? Gonna be crazy. Ooh. Pre-rotation. So this is saying like how... Okay, that's giving us some kind of 10 degrees. You know, whether it's positive 10 or negative 180 minus 10. That, yeah, but then that gives us negative 10, positive 10. Oh, yeah, no, fuck. Okay. So, yeah, the difference from the hip to the foot. I just need to make sure that this actually works this way as well. Yes. Oh, fuck, this might... Yeah, this... Okay, yeah. Why didn't I just fucking make it work in the first place? So now I have to turn that jumbled fucking mess into a usable dude. That doesn't use any absolutes. It's probably just this. You go into there. So now we have... Nope. How would I... turn these into the one value? Just do you into there. So wait, how are we getting... We're getting positive with the left foot, and then negative with the left foot here. So that means we take the fucking sine of this and multiply it by that. Bam. So now that's positive 10. And that's also positive 10. However, then we multiply it by the sine of the dot of the fucking stride vector against that guy. So that no. Why does it need to be against the... No. Well, does it have to be post-rotation? No. We're so close. Oh, we could dot the forward vector with the stride velocity xy. Although I would likely want a... Oh yeah, that's just basically, are we going forward No, because no, that doesn't matter. No, it's the slope. It's a fucking mess. Okay, what if we do this instead of that? Question mark. Question Marcus. This shit's tough. Pretty much, I feel like all the math that I've ever done is just like brute force. Like, just try every possible combination of stupid values and then eventually get it, you know, to do what it needs to do. Silly. But this is the closest yet. God, it's already been an hour and a half. Alright, let's go back to basics. Which is just this. None of that. Let's delete it. We have this. We have... So we're currently flip-flopping between 10 and negative 10. Well, 180. Negative 180 minus 10. And that's because the feet are like, you know, it's the left minus the right. Up here it worked because it just did. These guys here, again, that's not any better. Just negative 10, positive. Well, no, it's because of that. So now it's just, yeah, literally the same thing. How can I... So if I absolute Z here. DS Recular, hello. Long time watcher, first time going to the live stream. Glad you're still working on this. Seen too many YouTube devloggers give up. Just know we're cheering for you, Atlantic Canada. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd taken a break recently, like to do real life stuff. And I'm so sick and tired of it. So I'm just like giga ready to game dev. But yeah, still working towards the exact same stuff as I was, you know, originally. I think I like using the term working towards rather than working on. Because, you know, like, am I working on my game right now? Yeah, maybe. You could say that. But, yeah. I don't know, yeah. Yes, but also no. But it's also like a step towards that. Even if it is, you know, a stupid kind of side quest. But look, when you're playing a game, the side quests are, you know, that's how you, like, get overpowered as fuck, and you just, like, steamroll the end boss. So you're planning on doing the outside setup? You mean, like, streaming outside? Because, maybe, like, in 6 months, when it's not winter and freezing. But yeah, maybe. Rhetoric matters, helps to frame the outlook, and ultimately our passion in something. Yeah, exactly. I always say, as like an indie dev, you know, that's like just started and you're just like getting to know everything and whatever, the main thing isn't to develop your game, it's to develop yourself. Don't develop your game, develop your game dev. You know? Like, you're gonna go back, you're gonna go in circles and redo stuff. You're gonna hit roadblocks, you're gonna change directions. Like, when you work on something for, like, longer than 2 weeks, you always change, like, it's guaranteed that you'll change directions. Like, your tastes evolve. You know, like, you'll have an idea for something, and then after 2 weeks, you'll have, like, I don't know, watched a TV show, or, like, an anime or something, and been like, fuck, that's, like, a really good idea that, like, maybe instead of, like, this, it's, like, you know, like, in terms of, like, fiction, you know, game, world building, whatever. Or you might play another game and be like, oh, actually, I really love how, like, the parrying system is, like, you know, active parrying rather than holding down the block button like in Skyrim. So maybe, like, that is what I want to do. Alright, I should be able to use the sign of the Z. Because that will constantly be changing between negative and positive. So I use the sign of the Z, multiply this guy by that guy. Then that should be cool. So that's positive 10, blah, 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 blah. And then that is still positive 10, blah, 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 blah. So how can we find out? So this is the pretty much the direction between the feet along this plane. If we compare that vector, I guess, no, I don't want to compare it to the up vector. I want to compare it to... So that's the movement there. Oh, let me also just check the rotation works. Yeah, oh, perfect. Fuck yeah. Didn't get anything done because too many ideas? Well, yeah, but yeah. Use water gun to gain weight. What if the water gun can be upgraded to have more pressure? Wait, what if you can use pressure to hover, and so on and so on? Yeah. 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 I mean, that's the kind of dumb shit that I want, you know, in my game. It's also, like, one of the things that, like, physical character movement is good for. Is like, oh yeah, let's make it so that all firearms, or like, I don't know, like a wind cannon or something, you know, we just make sure that it applies a kickback force to the character. And then it's like, okay, well, if you launch it at the ground and time it with a jump, it's like, yeah, you could just, like, hover, or, yeah, jump extra high. Did you ever play Spell Break? I think I might have heard of it, maybe? Does it have, like, procedural spells? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Was to shoot on the ground, knocked you into the air. Okay. I've seen some really cool, like, there's a VR game that I remember seeing footage of. And it was like you would draw the magic in the air. And you could, like, combine all these different... Basically, like, Blueprint, you know, like... Yeah. Yeah, right, okay. Let me see what the X sign gives, because that should just be... Well, no, that's still... If was that ice stone when you could freeze poison puddles or giant poison cloud, use fire on the poison, it would explode. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's like exactly what I'm into. Like, as in, like, design-wise. Just having kind of generic things that can be applied in, like, you know, any number of ways. Also just, like, giving, like... I don't know, I feel like a lot of games... To me, like, items, you know, like swords and armor and, like, I don't know, potions and stuff. I almost want to treat them like characters, in a way. Just so, like, they, you know, they're all interesting and they're all unique. And, like, you know, if you have, like, oh, this hat that I've been wearing from, like, day one, you know, and I've, like, repaired it over and over, and it's got all these, like, you know, stitched patches on it, and it's, like, all discolored and whatever. But even stuff like, oh, I've made this potion, but, like, because I used a specific ingredient in it, it's, like, explosive. And if it, like, cracks or shatters, then it's gonna, like, blow up. And so, like, then you do a dodge roll in the heat of combat. You, like, dive out of the way, land on your backpack, the thing inside your backpack breaks, and it, like, explodes out the back of you. And you get blown up into the air, you You know, just like dumb stuff like that, where, like, yes, it was your fault. Like, I never really want to be like, you know, oh, you got sniped from off screen by like a giant arrow, like a 10-foot long arrow. Bad luck, you know, like, start again, dickhead. It's like, no, like, it needs to be your fault. What's actually in the y-axis? You cleaned? Oh, the whole thing. Hell yeah. Yeah. Did you want to, after I finish, do you want to coat the coffee table? Like, we'll do just the top. True. Oh, I guess we could do the rest of it. What do you mean? What do you mean? What? Oh. Yeah, I'll do it when I finish up. I'll do it when it's light. I'll do it when it's light? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. We'll see. Alright, how the flippin' fucko? How do we determine, based on the movement vector, whether this is a positive or a negative? Well, we have the movement vector. Well, it's probably like a cross product or some shit, right? Like, we want to... We want to know if the slope is positive or negative, regardless of which foot is in front. So fucking I don't know. I've got nothing. Got nothing. I think some kind of cross product, fucking, you know, check the Z or whatever. I don't fucking know. Let's go debug arrow. Debug arrow. Line start is our fuck it, we'll just go from the capsule. Get world location. That's the line start. The line end is that plus some fucking thing. I could just do... Well, actually, no. If we were getting the pre-route... Because this makes it relative to the velocity. Which... Because then we can zero out the y-axis, you know? So we put this one into there, then we should get... Well, this should pretty much just be just the line between the feet. Yeah, this black line. Okay, let's make it not black. And make it thicker. Make it green. So yeah, regardless of whether this is going forward or backward, we need to know whether it is going up or down relative to this guy. Which, yeah, I think a cross product. Fuck you. Cross. Vector, please. Thank you. A cross between this. Target stride velocity XY. And this guy. So what's this giving us? Oh, I don't fucking know. What is it giving us? What if this is more? It's giving us nothing. Right, because that's just going to give us the... thing. Been part of any game jams? No, I haven't. I've never done a game jam. I've also never completed a game. I've never completed... Well, I've completed projects, but never, you know, released a game. I wouldn't even call myself a game dev. I call myself a... game development adjacent maker guy. I make things. Developer enthusiast, exactly. What if I absoluted this, right? Let's get the absolute of the angle. So that's going to go like this when it's like that, but then when it's going downhill... Oh. Yeah, no, that's not... that ain't it. How the fuck do I do this? I need to pee. That's what I need. BRB. Hello, I'm back. I also have a hairbrush. It's not called pee feet for no reason. Yeah, I do. I feel like I pee really often when I'm, like, working. But then it's also like, you know, it's been 2 hours. So, like, maybe I don't pee heaps. Maybe I just lose track of time, and then it's like, oh, I need to pee. You know? But it also doesn't help that, like, I'm, like, only drinking coffee and not eating, you know, past midnight for, like, 6 hours when I stream. So it is kind of just, like, lots of liquids and coffee equals pee. No, sorry, Jed. It's not actually. I'm doing an AI experiment where I'm just AI generating myself based on all my videos. You know? Actually, I wonder. I do have, like, thousands of hours of streams and also videos. So I wonder, like, if I don't know. What would it be like? What would an AI generated prismatic GameDev stream look like, you know? Store my pee in barrels. True. Very true. Alright, let us continue. And this would then, yeah, that would go that way. So we can't fucking... fuck. Does anyone have any ideas? I need an idea. We're trying to get the uppity downtity slope. So this green vector here is essentially just the distance between these two guys with the local Y component zeroed out, right? But then it's like... yes, I'm going up the slope because this is going that way. Well, like, okay, if I do this, maybe it was this. So that's, yeah, 10 degrees. And then if I turn around... Well, no, turning around doesn't matter. If I tilt the dude, then it's also 10 degrees, right? So this accounts for... You know? Do you not just cast away from the foot and read the surface normal? So the surface normal isn't relevant, or isn't completely relevant to the stride. So see these dots here? How they're like doing a flat line and whatnot? The surface normal... Well, yeah, the surface normal is on a giant flat thing. Surface normal is perfect. Like, we only need to do one line trace in that case, which is this one here. And once that line trace is done, it's like, yeah, like, you know, this foot goes up higher than that one, and, you know, the back to forth is, like, totally fine. You know, we're walking up it. But it's when we start doing stuff like this, where it's like, okay, we have like two flat things, like a step, and it's like, okay, well now it thinks, hey, we're on flat surface, but in reality we're on a slope. On a slope according to like the, you know, from foot to foot. Which I've figured out that the side to side perfectly fine. Like that's no issue. It's just the forward and back. It's a bit harder. And we also do like a look ahead trace anyway, so it doesn't, you know, right from the predicted footfall. Well, yeah, that's what we do. If I actually plug all this in again, that should then do previous plant trace to the look ahead trace, which is the velocity multiplied by the current progress so that it starts out and gets shorter, and then that's the foot trace location lerped on the progress, blah, 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 blah. So this should throw out... Okay, but it's gonna fuck itself. Because... reasons. Well, yeah, okay, that looks less fun. But yeah, basically it looks better when the character is actually doing stuff. But yes, we can do the predicted footfall, but we also need to... Well, the predicted footfall is just defining the location that we do the trace. As in, you know, what is the slope gonna be by the time our foot hits the ground. But we need to actually know, yeah, like, if there is a step, what's like the... Like, what's the angle between this foot and that foot need to be in order to make that step? Or in order to be resting on this step. So that's, yeah, what we're trying to figure out now is like, how do I do? How do'nt? Pardon me. I think that was supposed to be false to then do that. So then always plan, yeah. Is for calculating independently? Yes and no. Yes and no. Wait, why is that still doing look aheads? I said false. Cool. So they each trace... Well, okay, the walking is like kind of a predetermined loop. Which is just this curve here. Which is like, here's the height offset from... this is from the pelvis, actually, from the hips. So, you know, when the foot is on the ground, it is an 86 centimeter offset from the hip. And then it gets lifted up, and then it goes back down, and whatever. And then this one is the back and forth. The green one's the back and forth. And that's extracted from this walking animation here. And then we can use... So essentially we're scrubbing through this lookup table, you know, in time. So one step is from here, scrubbed across to here. And both feet are doing the same loop, but with a 50% or an 0.5 offset. So that one's going, you know... So they're like going both at the same time, but offset 50%. And so because we know all these target locations, then we can do, you know, we can alter them so that we can walk on any surface. Out of phase. 50% out of phase. Yeah, so we can walk on any surface and whatnot. But yeah. So Redby, we can get the slope from the two positions, which is what we have achieved. But the problem is that we can't, well, with my current math, somewhere, wherever the fuck that is, I guess that. We can tell the degrees. So, you know, this is a 30-degree slope in the movement direction. But we can't actually tell whether it's up or down, right? And so I'm just trying to, like, think. Yeah, how do we, like... Do you know what I mean? Does it matter if you calculate only when the foot lands on the ground for each step? Well, we, What I do when it's actually, you know... currently I've just got the character locked in place to get these slope calculations correct. But what usually happens is the character will do, like, a look-ahead trace for their foot. And then, based on the stride progress, it will lerp between using the previous plant position and the projected position as the output to then calculate this slope thing. Isn't slope positive or negative? Yeah, well, just, that's the thing, because, I'll show you what it's like without the bullshit. So if we were just on a 10 degree incline, right? Actually, maybe 20. 20 is a nice number. So 20-degree slope, but because we've got 2 feet, and, you know, one is in front of the other, and, you know, it's like, do you know what I mean? It's either 20 degrees or it's negative 180 minus 20 degrees. Like, it's mirroring as they swap positions. So then we can try absoluting the whole vector. Which is, yeah, now it's 20 degrees. Cool. But then when we go this way, it's also 20 degrees. AI. Or stop using AI. Hey there, how is Australia? It is good. It is quite good. It's cold, actually. Quite cold. Could read it, I was confirmed. Yeah, you know, that's just... I mean, that's how we were taught to read and write in school. It's only in the last 3 years of high school that you learn to read, you know, like the rest of the world's English. But use a foot index somehow. Yeah, but I want to be able to, like... Let me plug this into here. This is getting the vector absolute. So that's this one here. It's going boop, 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 boop. But then as I do this, it will go back up that way. So then maybe it's just a matter of absoluting one of the values. Line trace from hip independently. Line trace from hip independently. There already is hip traces, which is for the side to side stuff, and also to offset the position thing. Let's just see what happens if we make vector. If we just take the Z and make it absolute, what does that do for us? Probably not much, but we'll see, we'll see. So that doesn't help, but maybe it is telling us something else. Maybe the Z should be thingo, but the XY should be absdid. No. No. Well, no. I feel like the solution is some kind of cross product between, like, this guy, the movement XY, like target movement, versus this vector of some description. I don't know fucking what, but we'll find out. Let's go cross crazy. We get the original. Actually, I want to use this, not that unrotated. So we get the cross of that and. Well, okay, no. What if we? Target stride, because yeah, we want this in world space. So if we take the target stride XY, that will kind of do this. But then if we do it this way, does it look any different? Okay, well, maybe let's just check. Let's normalize everything. Normalize, normalize. Should negate the vector between foot A and foot B based on whether one foot is in front of the other from straight away. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like there would be edge cases though. Like if I wanted to get the slope between the foot and the hand when we're crawling. And like, you know, the hand would always be in front of the thing. So I kind of want it to be order non-specific. So what's this? Wait, what's this giving us? Oh, okay. It needs to be normalized and multiplied. So I'm noticing that this goes like down and then that way, whereas this one does the exact same thing. So that's no help. If this was absolutized, that would just be, yeah, going that, and then as this goes that way, it's going to do the exact same thing. What if we get the target stride velocity cross up vector? This will give us some kind of, I don't know, fucking reference point. So this gives us 50 degrees from this. Which doesn't change anything there, obviously, but then if we use that, this guy, cross this guy, what are you doing for us? So that's giving us like this. It's is it doing something? I don't know. And then if we, no, because if we cross that against this, that's essentially giving us like the hit normal, right? But how do we like, you know what I mean? Alright, what if we take the sine of the z and without the abs, that would be complete points. Alright, hold on. This could be something. Because then we can take the z from this and use the sine of it to just multiply that other result. Although, does this work for any... Oh yeah, no, that might be it. So, okay, so now sine of z, get this. I can't remember what the fucking fuck was. Basically this. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me just get this vector. If we get the z from it, and yeah, as we get to walking flat along it, yeah, that, well, it essentially reaches 0 degrees. And it's like, yeah, and that way, positive, negative. Yeah, I think that's it. We just look at the Z element of that cross product. Just the sign of the Z, yeah. So then we just need to get back to that point, which I think was, yeah, abs the X in our tan fucko thingo. No. Well, that's positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. Okay, so that fixes that, and then is it just the... Well, actually, I can just absolute afterwards, can't I? Because this will probably... That gives 20. Yeah, so positive... Oh, and that's positive, you know, 30 degrees, whatever. But then if we just multiply that by... this... then that should give us the slope. So that's saying it's... Oh, what the fuck? No, copy. Let me double check. Okay, so that's all just positives. Yeah. And if we look at this vector that we're juicing out, it definitely... Yeah, that's a positive Z, and that's a negative Z. So if we look here, then why does it not? Oh wait, there's another sign from here that was unfucking it. Oh, fuck's sake. So, okay, so you want to go in there, this, there, this, there. So, positive 20. Yeah, negative, positive, negative. Perforated. If we go here, then it's like, yep, 0, cool. Yeah. If we go tilted this way, 29 degrees, we go to local rotation to make sure that this line doesn't move. Yep, that's stable. It's a bit of fuckery because the hips are rotating very slightly, but that's cool. All right, now we just need to make sure that it works with the actual rotation of the stride velocity. So we say target stride velocity how do I just do like rotation to vector. What's the... I don't fucking know. Whatever, this is probably fine. No, fuck off. Just want to do game time. Seconds. Times fat number. 50. 1 second 50 degrees. 1 second 20 degrees. Do that. Get this normalized dude. 150. Chuck it in. Shuck it in. Shuck. And now we rotate. Looks good. Yep. Negative 20. Yep. And then it should go back to 0 as it goes across the slope back to the positives. Perfect. And our character doing their strafe circle loop thing. Yeah. Cool. Alright, it's probably way over-engineered to actually, you know, for what it's doing or whatever. I don't know. Oh, we also have to check as the character rotates, is it fine? Yeah, so that's... Yeah, okay. So now, in theory, if we use that, so we, like, punch out of here, wherever the frickin' hell it is, stride slope calculations. This is the movement pitch. Let's just set movement pitch as the new terrain. Movement pitch variable. I don't actually think we use the terrain facing roll and the terrain movement pitch. Sorry, and the terrain movement roll. Sorry, terrain facing pitch and movement roll. Because the roll is only ever relevant to, well, kind of, you know, the hips adjusting, which is, like, based on the facing of the character. And then the slope rotation stuff is just based on, yeah, so... Although, obviously, the feet use the others, but we're going to be doing the feet independently anyway, so... YOLO. Let's make our step really fat. Really long steps. Where the hell's our shit? Down here, steps 150. Really nice and long. Wee long boy. Yeah, Brian, it's going good. How are you going? Welcome in. Alright, big long steps. That's coming out the wrong way. So, stride, appendage, stride traces. This guy here should be inverted. Cool, so now if we put this just on one of them, maybe. Well, no, because it keeps knocking into it. Fuck. Alright, go down. I think, yeah, the traces extend like 500 units, so let's just dick around. Now, actually, let's put it on flat ground. So then, if we are... Why the character rotate? So I think I might also want to do look ahead hip traces. Like when we're actually moving, we want to know what position our hips need to be in as the step progresses. Because yeah, if we're like walking onto... Let's say we're walking forward. Well, no, because then it should... No, actually, no, that should be fine. Because as this one walks forward, it should then be like here, and it should be like, oh yeah, actually we're going... we are going to tilt upwards. Or something. Yeah. I don't know, fuck it. Let's just get testing. Yeah, that seems pretty robust. Robust. Oh wait, did I even have it? I didn't even have it actually plugged in to like do that little test. So let's, before we fuck it up. Oops. You go up. Why my thing go up? Okay. So then if we had a guy... Okay, let's just go forward. Just go forward, bro. Okay, wait, it thinks it's going down when it should be going up. So yes, I know it looks dumb. It's supposed to. Because they're not actually moving yet. So terrain, movement, pitch. So maybe that is supposed to be positive. Probably. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, obviously we don't want to do it from the real position of the foot, because then it's too late by the time it gets up to there, you know? We want to do it... Well, I can enable this again. Stride progress this foot, blah, 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 false, blah, blah, blah. Let's just say always do that if we've done that. And then this should be doing look aheads. Okay, stop fucking it up. Right, stop. Yeah, great. Yeah, that's a... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, look, it kind of doesn't work when the character's just stuck in the one place. Why the fuck are you going like that? Let me just... You know, that is correct-ish. Aside from... Okay, stop getting longer. You're banned. Interesting. Oh, is it because of the stride? Right. That's... dumb. The stride shouldn't be taking... The stride should be taking the trace location. And using that. And that. Probably. Just so it knows where it previously ended. Yeah. I mean, look, it's not correct, but it's... something. Why? What's with the big feedback fuckery though? Is that just like a zeroed? Like a zero value, maybe? Or am I lerping the wrong way between? I mean, look, it's kind of not even worth worrying about until we're actually balancing again. So let's get on our Characterino. I miss water? Yeah, water's cool. I mean, if you have a tap, you can get your own water. Very yum. Very, very yum. Haha, punked. Alright, simulate. Character is not happy. Very good, very good. Okay, okay. Wait, terrain facing roll. He's just like ping-ponging between the terrain movement pitch as well. Hold on, let me just make this thicker real quick. Made it thin for reasons. Terrain facing roll. It's kind of spazzing a bit. The pitch is fine, I think. Except when the roll goes nuts. Terrain facing roll. What did I fuck up in there? Terrain facing roll. Goes into terrain. Facing roll. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back. Okay, let's do... So this is from the hips. Hip trace location. Hip trace location. Thing. Cool. Where the fuck is the character, man? So the hip traces are just fucked. Let's lock in, as in lock in place. All right, we're locked in. It says 180, and then it's just gets all kind of fucked up because, well, the hips. Why would the hips possibly be? What the fuck is that one? Wait, where are your damn hips? Oh, the fucking... Right, it's just that I'm dumb as fuck. And I just fucked everything up. Oh, that's fine then. So here, we're doing... Foot trace location, hip trace location. We need to be doing this irregardless. Like, in both cases. Which is just fucking annoying, but... It's like a weird fucking hard-coded mess, but yeah, we'll YOLO it. So that also needs to happen here, where even if we are the look-ahead... Well... Even with the look-ahead, I think we might want to do a look-ahead hip trace as well. But for now, we'll just fucking YOLO. YOLO. Schwolo. Han Solo. Bolo from the Mighty Boosh. And that's hip trace location. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Okay, so now, yeah, this should say 0. Very cool. Yeah, that was done. When it was like spazzing out and stuff, that was because we were only doing one hip trace at a time, which doesn't make sense, you know. But now we're doing both every time. Tim. So now we do this. It's like, yeah, 24 degrees. Yep. Minus 29. Cool. If I rotate this, however many... Oh, fuck. Rotate you like this. That should decrease down to 0 as we get... Yeah, like, side on with it. Okay, so now we should be able to maybe see what kind of happens if we put a cube in front of us. Yeah, I'm not sure if the hip traces do need to do a look ahead, but they might. But it might have to be... I think what we do with the hips, if anything, is we would do like a look ahead for both hip joints based on each step. So it wouldn't be like a whole step thing. It would be like half pace, if that makes sense. So every half stride, we look ahead, get the target location, and lerp from the previous to that one as its like target. So that, yeah, as we approach something like this, or come off of it, we lerp from here. Like from one of the hip traces being on this and one being off of it, to like, we lerp from that to there as we progress the stride. Rather than just like being halfway through the stride and then it being like, oh, fuck, your hips are supposed to be like, you know? We always kind of want to be... Not necessarily, I mean, it is like smoothing, but yeah. Well, no, I don't think independent hip trace. I think hip traces that they both go together. But, yeah. I think we can get it. Let's go fast. Gotta go fast. So yeah, now we've got a look ahead trace. We've got our hips doing hip stuff. We have one of them going here. Yes, there will be a bit of fuckery, but that's just, yeah, it getting confused because it's trying to change the slope. Well, it's because the back foot gets kind of stuck on it, you know? I don't think that'll be an actual issue once we're moving. I think it's just a weird effect because a kind of weird feedback. So let's go here, back in, compile, event, graph, don't hold in place. Can we actually like move? Okay, yeah, so we can kind of like walk around very drunkenly. Very cool. This is me trying to move forward, by the way. This is me trying to run, yep. And then die. So let's just do, yeah, like a step as a test. A step that we wouldn't be able to make otherwise, like if we were just thingamajigging. You know what? I actually want to I want to do that. I have this like little disc on the ground, right? Which is like the kind of tilt. I mean, that's just the hit normals straight under us. I can jump up onto it. Nice. Yeah, let's just think. There is also another factor, which is foot avoidance. It does look like maybe it is. Or you know what I should do actually? Let's take the. Let's go to the debugs. Debug values. Where was that debug circle? Debug Kirk. That's here. That was just using the hit normal, which I don't care about. Alright, draw debug values. Let's do floor-related things. Let's do another one down here. Reroute. Alright, debug arrow. Well, No, you know what? Maybe I'll try a debug circle. Or maybe I'll do. Well, no, I just don't know how I would do this. Generator y-axis, z-axis. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? You know? How does a circle have a y-axis and a z-axis? I mean, I get it, but do I? Need independent shoulder traces by the end? Yes. Yeah, for crawling and stuff. Which I think the way I want to approach quadrupedalism is as two sets of bipedal legs. And then between them, they'll have their own stuff as well. So currently this is like all the slope values for this pair of appendages and how they work and whatnot. Like, you know, what their offsets and stuff need to be. But then when we're crawling or when we're a horse or whatever, then it's kind of like we have the main capsule, but then it is telling the other two what to kind of do, you know? How do I want to... terrain... Face... No, not facing. Pitch, terrain, movement, pitch. Facing roll, movement, pitch, which is movement, XY. What's it called? Stride, XY. Get target stride velocity, XY. So that one's with that. And then this one is just the character capsule forward vector XY. Yeah, I mean, I need to retune. The walking is just a nightmare. I need to actually, like, yeah, tune it properly. I've just gotten it to, like, a point that it's testable, but it's pretty fucking, it's ugly to look. What, are there any... What other draw debugs are there? Circle, cone, coordinate, cylinder. Thrust and line. Plane. Does that just give us... No, that gives us a WXYZ, doesn't it? Debug. Draw. Debug. Point, sphere... I feel like the circle is what... Well, I don't know. The cone probably seems better. Because it's like... Well, no, even there I can't fucking... sorry, not cone. The cylinder. Because that just gives a start and an end. Which would just give us, you know, the normals. And then... Yeah. But how do I get the shit, you know? Well, let's normalize 2D. This isn't gonna do what I think it is, because it's the pitch related to the movement. Which is like, if we took this... Fuck. How? I'm confused. How do I fucking visualize this? The movement pitch. And the facing roll. Basically, I want to get this, and I want to tilt it either up or down in some direction, but I don't know which, because it's not like a fucking... Oh, you know, no. How would I mean, if I... That wouldn't normalize properly, though. I just want to... get its own cross product with... So we've got this. And then I want to get the cross product out that side of it. Which is just cross with up. Then rotate it around that axis. This. Oh, normalize. No, fuck off. This. That axis, that's the degreeage, and then, well, that gives us like the vector of it. Which, yeah, if we did a debug arrow and we said, hey, give me this guy times 200. And we'll go around the capsule. Or do I have a hip location? Pelvis location. So we'll just shoot that out of the pelvis. Green, because it's terrain based. 5 and 10. Alright, let's see. So this should give us something. The roll angle. Well, I guess there is no fucking roll. Oh no, sorry, that's the slope. Yeah, okay, no. So it's the velocity. But it follows the slope, right? Like if I'm like this, and we do this, then yeah, it's the velocity but along the slope. Vaguely. I don't know why it skitzes so much, but... Well, it's probably skitzing because of the traces and shit are doing something. Target stride velocity. Oh wait, do we have a smoothed stride velocity? Do we use smoothed or not? No, it already is. So, okay, yeah. I mean, whatever. I don't fucking care. Where's my debugs? Maybe I should normalize that first. And then... Yeah. No, it's still fucky. Well, I guess it... Well, is it? Is it guaranteed to be fucky? Like, why is it spaz upward and stuff? Sorry, that's... Which one are we... Debug fucking? We were debug spamming the roll, weren't we? Yeah. Let's put this guy back in. Just because, yeah, like, is it giving us some wild values? Yeah, it's like spazzing up to like 50. Is that just because of my spastication? Or is it like... Hip tracification, blah, 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 blah. Let's just not fucking... Let's do that. And just do whatever, I don't care. I don't know why it, like, yeah, kind of... Or, like, when it spazzes a bit. It's like when we, It's when we... So maybe when the feet are like... Hold on, let me lock in real quick. Let me lock in RQ. Pickercraft, just, you know, doing the usual nonsense. Alright, so, let's see. Can we actually, like, do this? So when does it... Yeah, it, like, spazzes a bit. I mean, look, I could probably smooth it, and it would be... better. I think it's when they cross each other. Like when... If I go forward a bit, yeah. And so, like, they're level with each other? And it just kind of wigs out, because it's like, oh, I don't know what's happening. Yeah, yeah. I think it's when the... So this is with the movement... I'm just trying to think what... don't know. I could just smooth it for now. And just hope that it doesn't matter too much. I mean, I'd probably want to smooth it anyway to avoid, like, big spikes. Delta world seconds. This is the target. No, sorry, the current is that. The target is where it's going into here. Let me smooth you out. Put that up to like 10 or something, I don't know. And this guy is the target. Movement pitch, terrain movement pitch is here. Cool. And lerp speed 10. And you just have a look, and it's like, yeah, not too shabe. Yeah, it's like minor jumps, but it's probably fine. I was also thinking, I technically don't need to do the line traces, like the look-ahead traces. Well, no, actually, it doesn't really matter if it's from the actual leg or the projected stride, because they should be the same anyway. I got the forward vector. Actually, no, I just want to get the right vector and rotate it around the forward. Vector. Right vector, forward vector. We want to tilt. Well, right vector XY. Oh god. Copy paste. And then rotate around that axis, I guess. Yeah. Oh my god, fuck. Rotate axis. There you go. Angle is this. The vector is that. Forward is the axis. This guy is that one. So we then do that guy in here. This should show us the tilt. Other way around again. Thank you. So yeah, that should show us the tilt that way. Or like the tilt relative to the, you know, let me just fucking come out. Yeah, so that always follows the tilt that way. So then I should be able to use those to construct a debug circle. Possibly. Possibly McMabely. Center, radius, I don't know, 100. Segments, whatever, duration, whatever, thickness, 5. Y-axis, Z-axis? Question mark? I don't know. What does that look like? No, No, you fucked it. Other way, maybe? Nope. I mean, it's... Well, actually, no, I can't even tell. Is it? Kind of? No. No, that's just fucked up. How do I, like, make a vector from vectors? It's just a fucking straight up cross product, isn't it? Like, what is perpendicular to this guy, you know? So this green one should always be, what, pointing to the ground? Or should this just basically give us, like, the normals? Kinda. Well, if it was normalized. Hello, Rock. Hello. Your work looks very, very high quality, but I've never seen what the game looks like. Do you have something I can see? If you look on my YouTube channel, Prismatica Dev, and my devlog series from like years and years ago is sort of like the vibes. It's like what I'm going for, but it looks a lot different now, and you're probably thinking like, oh, where'd all that go? Like, where's all the cool stuff going? Basically, you know, it happens. It just, yeah, I don't know. So they have that cool combat? Yes. Yeah, that's like the main thing, right? Yeah. But the combat relies on the locomotion and the physics and a lot of like the character stuff and right, that's just the back of that, right? Yeah. So then if that was forward, then it would be yeah, so that's same as that, but just tilted. So then, yeah, it should be a cross product, right? Right, but it must be when they... Yeah, right, it flips based on some fucking something. Zebra. I'm trying to get the debug circle to represent like the kind of tilt of the character. I should probably go... Do I have, like, the anus vector... Get anus vector floor distance. Let me get the... where the hell is it? That should be in... No, that's center of gravity. Balance, maybe. Do we do it there? Where do I do that trace? That's in here, isn't it? Because we just... Yeah, this is the... let me just get this as a... Well, no, you know what? Let's do... From the feet. Debug. Let's go capsule up vector. Get the appendage. Crouch offset. Get the original number, which is 86 minus 1, whatever. Get the up vector, multiply it by this. No, you are not. You are afloat. You will always be afloat. Thank you. Multiply by another float. -1. So let's go from this location, which is our sort of, yeah, our butt vector. Line start. And you go here. Nope, fuck. So this should give us... Where's it drawing from? Character capsule. Oh, right. Location. World. Get world location. Get this subtracted from this. Well, add. Actually. Add this guy to that guy. Check out early project with system anywhere, so give me in your mind. Yeah, I just raw dog it, you know. Oh, does that go down too far? Okay, so that should be added. There's crouch offset. Yeah, that's like a negative. Oh, fuck. Just plus float, bro. Right, because I'm... yeah, okay. It's minus the up vector. So if I crouch, that should, yeah, stay with us where our feet are kind of sitting. So we've got this green thing. What a mess. So there's our two guys. Can I... Okay, let's go flatter ground so I can just simulate. So that's movement. Yeah. Because yeah, like the cross product of that should always pretty much be the normals, right? Maybe if I did something dumb like this. Like, not even absolute, because that will flip it. But, like, if the Z... Do you know what I mean? I mean, look, I could probably get the cross product between these two guys. And then... break. Get the Z. So, like, if I just chuck that into... wherever. This one should be pointing up and out, so that's this yellow one. But basically just if the Z component goes negative, then flip it all back up. Multiply the entire thing by the Z component doodad. Z component sign. Which, like, yeah, it'll still kind of spasticate a fair bit. Which, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I can try doing a... rotating a... What do you think, Lady Cat? Hmm? What do you think? Hmm? What do you think? Hmm? You good? Mm-hmm. Listening. Listening. Actually, yeah, okay, maybe instead of doing weird cross-product bullshit, I just do rotate vector around axis, and we say, I think it would be the... I think the vector would be up, right? Pointing up. Then we rotate it by the terrain facing fucking whatever. Then we rotate that by this one. And then that is our dude into the dude with the dude. The dude man. Yeah, so that's our green guy. And it's not as... well, it gets a bit fucky because of the legs. But, you know. It's, like, stable enough to then draw, you know, debug cylinder or something. Is it true that sporadic jumping of the lean when crossing directions? Yeah, yeah. Exactly. If you mean like the debug vector spazzing around, yeah. And also the character can occasionally kind of jerk around a lot when, yeah, it crosses over that 0 point because the stride will invert. Meaning that, like, it's like, oh, you know, left, right, but then as it slows down and we cross back to the, you know, we start walking backwards, it'll be like, like that within one frame. Which is, yeah, just a whole thing. I haven't figured out how to avoid it yet, but I'm not going to bother, basically. Okay, so kill that, kill... I don't actually know how debug circle works. Like, I know that this is the normals, but, like... Oh. That should probably be normalized. Hold on. This guy. Axis. Yeah, do you get what I mean, though? I don't... Yeah. I'm just going to use debug cylinder, because that just has a start and end location. So we just start in here. Start. And the end location is, I don't know, 5 units above wherever the fuck we want it to go. Radius 50, line color green. A nice, like, terrain green. Thickness, fat, 10. So this should, yeah, okay. So this is like our kind of... This is like the terrain, in quotes. Like what it thinks the terrain is. Because as we obviously move over here... I mean, you saw it there as it starts to do more shit. We should probably set up like a kind of... How do I put it? Like a fucked up obstacle course of cubes. Probably like use foliage. No, you know what? Let's do like some random shit, you know? So yeah, if we look at the character now, maybe these are a little bit too big. Yeah, whatever. But look at character, they'll just try and keep balance. But they should, based on the... where their foot is gonna go, it should adjust the lean, right? You know, I'll take control. I will assume direct control. That just fucked up. Okay, look, just go slower, bro. Okay, we'll go this way forward. No. Well, yeah, okay. See, it stepped up. We stepping up. Step up to the streets. One thing that I mean, it's a more macro controller thing. I mean, yeah, this is all like micro controller stuff, right? It's like, it's like mechanically this is what we need to do. But obviously, like, we need a kind of macro controller that's like, oh, you're about to like run into a ledge. You know, maybe slow down the tiniest bit. Maybe? Question mark? I don't know. Yeah, see. Oh, obviously, yeah, the slope of the feet is directly correlated to this as well at the moment. But yeah, you can see it's pretty easily stepping up and down the stuff. I think for now, we can either do the foot angle stuff, which the foot angle will again use those well, it'll probably just use the normals of the feet traces. Yeah, yeah. Which is super easy. Well, I say it's super easy, but it's obviously a fucking nightmare. But yeah, let's go to our... Well, actually... Pardon me. In our balancy dude. Stride acceleration. Let's just say, yeah, straight up is your target. Don't worry about the lean vector shit. Just like, go do your thing. Now, this isn't allowing it to go that way, because like, we can't actually generate any torque when we're moving, because we kind of tell this to like, stop doing stabilization, you know? If we weren't moving, then yeah, we can still stabilize, we can still generate torque. Fucking fuck. Yeah. We stabe and we lies. Belies. Ugh. I'm a god. I'm a jump god. They call me Jump King. No. Oh fuck. I can salvage. No, no. Yes, yes, yes. No. Yes. No. Oh no. Beautiful. Revive the pogo jousting idea? Honestly, yeah. No, I actually want to do ball jousting. Ballbot jousting. The fuck was I doing again? I've totally forgotten everything. Right, this goes in there. So, I currently want to just keep the character giga stable by making the steps really small, right? The less time our feet are off the ground, the less chance there is for, like, shit getting fucked. Yeah, you know? You know, I don't like this layout. I want to do something more like a... Yeah, something a bit more like smaller steps. Pretty much, we just want a skate park, you know? We just want a fucking locomotion skate park. Get like fucking fun box going, you know? Righteous. Righteous. Righteous! But yeah, so yeah, okay, you can see it like, you can see the ring tilting. The ring to movie as we like go off a ledge. And that tells it, hey, you need to like fucking change the... It'll essentially like pretend that it's on a slope, you know? Because, yeah, like, as an example... Maybe we'll do the feet angle first, before we tune everything up. But, like, as an example... If we were just getting the hit normal, the ground normal, and we were on this part here... Then it would either think we are... really sloping that way or really sloping that way, but like in reality it's essentially a flat surface as far as locomotion's concerned, right? Because like if we've got one foot on either side, it's like, hey, we're just chilling. You know? Like this. Like for all intensive purposes, it's like pretty much a flat surface. Although the feet are just fucked up. The feet need to take the normals into account of that location, not the overall slope. Otherwise we're fucked. You know? I also do want to do, like, not pothole avoidance, but, like, some kind of, just, like, checking if it's a valid location to put our foot, and then if it is or isn't, adjusting the length of the step and possibly adjusting the stride target velocity. So, like, if, not to the point where, like, the player would feel like, oh, the character's not going the direction I'm telling them to. But, I'm trying to think of an example, like, if there's, like, a pothole here, and maybe your foot is gonna land in it, and it's like, oh, let's, you know, what's the best we can do? We could either extend the step forward, or we could avoid, you know, we could kind of deflect and kind of do like a kind of jump to the diagonal in order to avoid, you know, some kind of invalid location. All right, let's do the feet. Feet. Which I'm not... Well... Yeah, it could also shorten the step as well. Because, yeah, the length of the steps is completely separate to the speed, right? Like, if I say, hey, I'm going 150 units X, well, the character's not going to do shit because it's not fucking plugged in. Let me just put the harness on real quick. And we will go up. So yeah, if character's moving at 150 units per second, it's like, oh yeah, that's like a really fast kind of step. But then if we change the step to be longer, current step length, 200, that just means that it will... Like, we're moving at the same speed over the terrain, 150 units per second, but we're just taking bigger steps. Bigger, slower steps versus smaller, faster steps. We can just, yeah, easily, like, change mid-stride as well. Like, if we said current step length, game seconds, sine, I don't know, fucking sine plus 1 times, fuck it, oh, maybe times 2. I don't fucking know, we'll see what happens. Maybe like 2. Maybe 100. You get the fruits about to say civil first update and studio. Yes, and I uploaded it, and I'm pretty sure it got published. So thanks, like, a million for that. Thanks a quadrillion. I need to put it on the Gumroad as well. Now that it's kind of done. Or like, that update. But yeah, so this character, the whole time, is moving the same speed, but just doing smaller steps. And I don't know, maybe we can do that a bit faster. Which is also how limping works, Limping is just like, do 1 foot. Speed up the step and whatever, like, when the injured foot is on the ground. But we want to cover a uniform distance. Anyway, fuck, what was I doing? Who, what, where, we, what am I? Right, the feet. The fetus, the feet. Why does that think that we're... I guess because the feet traces... oh no, should we go? Yeah, whatever. Actually, you know what? Let's just go like... Let's do this. And then stabilization strength will go to 0 for now. Also, I feel like in the anim BP that we're dicking with, I just want to. Can I just like add location? Oh, fuck. I actually have to. No. Make transform. Vom. Break transform. Location plus 20 or something. I don't know how much. What's the offset need to be? 10. We got through all the boss tunes. Hell yeah. Those feet more in. No, they're more on now. Those are my very back to action. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so this we don't need so much. These ones here. We want each individual foot roll, blah, blah, blah. The facing and the balance offsets, they need to stay there. That's how we actually lean back and forwards when we're stationary. But these ones here don't need to exist for now, because we need to calculate based on some shit. So currently we want both of these to turn inwards, right? Although I don't know if I want to go like an explicit roll and... well, no, I kind of have... well, no, it has to be a rotator. So foot trace. There's also another foot trace here, but we'll go foot trace normal. Why can't I fucking... Right, there we go. Okay. Foot, trace, normal. You always put you there. This one here. Foot trace location, foot trace normal, and this is the spherical normal, not the impact normal. And then here, if there is a lerpy tracy dude, then we do lerp between the normal here and the trace normal. This guy's the alpha. Cool, cool. And then that's the hip trace location. Very cool, very cool. So the foot trace normal, well, actually, can I probably need to normalize that. Because we can't, we shouldn't be, yeah, well, we can linearly lerp between two normalized vectors, but it's not going to give us a normalized vector, so we're going to normalize the vector and whatever. Yeah, cool. So wait, that's then going into here. I should probably, like, yeet that into this guy, right? Set members. I'm also trying to think, right? Because, like, usually what you would do... If we were, like, on a slope, like this, like a deep slope. Like this. We would want to, well, for one, tilt our ankles to be like this, but we'd also want to, like, do them down the slope a tiny bit. To you know, have more traction. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you were walking forward on a slope like this. Oh, well, no, actually, you know what? You would more so rotate your hips. So maybe the feet kind of always point forward. But we actually just kind of force the character to rotate slightly. Like this, when they're like, you know, going on a slope, they need more traction, so they rotate 45 degrees and then that, you know, zhuzhes down. Any thoughts? Has anyone ever been outside and, like, you know, done this kind of stuff? That's a weird one. Oh no, that's just because it's slow. Yeah. Oh, the debugged cylinder isn't correct. How could that not be correct? Stride velocity cross up. Terrain movement pitch. Maybe we do them this way around. Oh my god. Why the fuck will it not fucking let me delete stuff? GameDev, you are also cool. Congratulations. You are officially recognized as cool. Yeah, why is it that as it fucking... Why? What? Do I need to unrotate it by the yaw of the character, maybe? Well, yeah, according to that, it is on flat ground. Because it's not the... Well, no, because the movement vectors... Actually, no, that is correct, because it's moving that way. And so if our hips and our... Yeah, actually, no, that's kind of an oversight, but it doesn't... It just makes the debug a bit fuckier. Alright, so if we went to our appendage whatevers, let's just say, what the fuck is that? Let's say, well, no, it's in transform, isn't it? Make transform location. Rotation would be, I don't know, can we just do a rotation from X for the normals? Or do we do it from Z? What does it even mean? Builds a rotation matrix given only the Z axis. X and Y are unspecified, but will be orthonormal. Z axis need not be normalized. I don't fucking know, bro. Just fuck you. Just, no, fuck off. No, no. Yes. Ugh, my brain. Isn't it called standard procedures? I don't think I have. I don't know, I don't play many games. I just play RuneScape. And, actually I've been playing, Against the Storm. It's like a roguelite city builder resource management thing. I have like 300 hours in it. Pretty good. pretty good. Maybe I'll just play it now instead of doing more work, you know? My brain. I need to, like... I need to know what other data the feet need. Or, like, kind of just, like, the structure of, like, the struct. Like, what does each appendage need to know? And what does each... you know, each pair of appendages need to know, and what does each body need to know? You know? Because it is all kind of modular. Like, I don't want it to be that... I don't want to have to, like, reprogram walking for, like, a 6-legged thing, or an 8-legged thing, or a 4-legged or a 2-legged. So it should just be pair of appendages, appendage pair, a pairage, a pairendage. So there's like there's the main driver, which is something. I don't know. You know? Yeah, but yeah. I think, yeah. 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 Yes. Yes. And I think I might wrap up. Keep it nice and short. Just a short 4.5 hour. Because it is 3:30. Hello, big girl. Big stretch. Woody butcher? What is it? Little chicken? Are you hopping in my lap? Oh, you're sweet. Oh, you're a sweet girl. Can I have a smooch? Hey. No, you're sitting. She is sitting. But yeah, I think I might wrap it up and do a little bit of restructuring off stream because it's kind of boring and like it's brain stuff. But let's raid on out of here. Who do raid? Any Unreal streamers? I'm looking. I'm still looking. Lots of Godot's. Lady cat, you're so funny. What a nice cat. French. I don't think you guys speak French. Let's see. We're getting down to the bottom of the category. Alright, that's Unreal. Alright, Tea Supper. I think they're English. Yeah, alright. Tea Supper. Alright, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for hanging out this fine evening. And with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Wait, where the hell, how the fuck do I raid? Why does my shit look different? There you go. Alright, goodbye everyone. Hope you all have a great night or day. I'll try stream tomorrow, I think. But yeah, the feed's coming along nice. We just got to do some more like stupid math shit, and then once all that's figured out, once like the feet know where they're supposed to go, then we just tune the balancing, and it's like, you know, then it should kind of just start working. I mean, it already like works, you know. But then we could start doing funny stuff. Anyway, goodbye.